There we go. Hopefully now my mic's connected. Thank you for that. Thank you. So good morning. New trading session here. It is Wednesday, August 13th, hump day. And the markets are gapping up. So IWM is continuing its short squeeze. I mean, after that huge epic rally yesterday, now we're even higher. Pushing into the stratosphere here for the Russell 2000. You can see we're coming into this next little pivot high resistance zone. That being said, we can still likely see an intraday pullback today. I mean, you're getting extended beyond belief intraday price action. But the question is, do they want to keep markets elevated as Trump is set to speak today? So Trump obviously will be speaking live. What is it, 11:15 or is it 11:30? I think it's 11:15. Trump is set to talk live, so we'll have to watch and see how that shapes up today. But I do think that, again, the IWM is in for a short. So on the S&P 500, you can see there's some near-term resistance, pivot high to pivot high on the hourly chart. But basically, I think that it wants to get back above 645. And that 50% retrace fib level is going to be the slow pivot to your target price of this bullish inverse head and shoulder. So we have to recognize the S&P 500 is in bullish alignment. It's triggered this inverse head and shoulders. Are we going to get some sort of backing and filling? There likely should be. But obviously yesterday, put sides and shorts got ran over. We'll jump through some stocks. I'm just setting up some things here. Just bear with me for a sec, guys. So it looks like the Qs want to probably head to the top of this channel. Their main pivot lows. Let's just turn off some of these indicators. You can see we're getting very close to the high of this channel right now. Very, very close. So there should be some resistance here. So that's probably where the Qs want to go. If we look at SPY, SPY is obviously a little bit not as strong as the Qs, but SPY, let me just turn this off here. 645 is your near-term resistance. That's just using these little pivot highs here. See, we are into a 3-bar surge on the hourly chart, so there should be some sell side there. Through some individual names just momentarily. I'm just getting situated here on my other screen. My computer had to do a big update and reboot last night, so just bear with me. We'll have things running here. So let's jump into what else is happening in the markets this morning. So right now you are seeing, let's start with the energy market. Natural gas seeing a little bit of a bounce here at the lows. It is trying to firm up, still in a very heavy downtrend. Yes, it's getting oversold in the short term, but I think that this is just a way to rope in more liquidity. Still have that massive weekly chart gap fill down below. You're below all the key moving averages for the time being. I'm waiting for the 20 moving average to kind of hit this green 365 day or 1 year moving average, and then we'll see if we are into this zone for a bit of a dead cat technical bounce. But nat gas is certainly getting a little bit more intriguing. And interestingly enough, obviously commodities have been under pressure. Are they pricing in one of two things, either a slowdown or is there a ceasefire that's going to occur with the Trump and Putin meeting at the end of the week? Maybe there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, Russia, which would obviously support the markets going higher. Maybe that's what this huge bullish breakout move is. They say the markets always know, so perhaps that's the case. But crude oil obviously weak, looking like it's on a technical breakdown. Definitely, I think crude oil at minimum is probably going back to test this trend line. You have big support at this 56.70 range. Really big support there. Let's look at uranium. Uranium still moving steady to the upside. Gold today still holding steady. Gold's at an interesting phase here. You're putting in this bull flag consolidation. However, it could also be a big distribution pattern. Obviously, the Dixie's at the lows, but you're starting to continue to get these bearish cross, bullish cross, bearish cross of the 7 and 20, and that's telling me there is some distribution signals happening in gold. It's still a strong chart. And that being said, the dollar is extremely depressed down here, but that Dixie, I do think, is trying to build a little bit of a base here. There is a potential argument It hasn't triggered, so keep that in mind, but there's a potential argument that the Dixie is trying to form this inverse head and shoulders here. Okay, and this could be a stage 1 basing formation for the US dollar. We'll have to wait and see. We need more data. It hasn't broken out of the neckline yet. Obviously, you've got a bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 that typically results in lower price. I did have it priced in that we were going to go back down to call it this trend line here. I thought we were going to actually break that mother of all trend lines, but again, it doesn't have to break. It's a really long-term trend on the Dixie. So I do think that the Dixie is going to try to firm up here at some point. Obviously, if we go through a bit of a decline in the labor market, interest rates obviously going through that expectation of cutting. 10-year yield got hit yesterday. The 2-year yield got hit even more. So 2-year yield now is shaping up a bear flag in anticipation of that Fed rate cut in September. So that's also another reason why stocks are starting to rally, and IWM has taken a little bit of leadership as people are expecting small caps to really take a grip here. KRE was strong, super strong yesterday. Regional banks absolutely breaking out to the high side, getting a close above your 20-day moving average. That is a very bullish near-term signal. A lot of market participants are watching this rather large inverse head and shoulders that's forming on the KRE chart. Obviously, it hasn't triggered, but if this pattern were to trigger, you got a huge monumental upside target. And just to put it in perspective, the S&P inverse head and shoulders does give us a target to about 655. We should see a bit of a pullback at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow or the end of the week, but we should see a pullback before we hit this target. I doubt that we're going to float and push to this target without any sort of sideways or maybe a half to 1% decline in the major indices. But so far the markets are still trending quite well, and we'll have to give it the benefit of the doubt. You can see there is this little, let me put that channel up. So that is the SPY channel right now that we need to be paying attention to. We've been floating at the low, tapping at the high, bouncing at the low, high, low. Now we're approaching the high of that zone. So we'll have to see if we get any sort of rejection into the 645.50 zone, 645.60. What's this picture? Let's keep scrolling through here. Let's look at crypto because that's been obviously a hot sector. Well, specifically altcoins and Ethereum. So BTC is still holding around 120,000. Right now, it's not as strong as Ethereum. BTC is looking like it wants to try to make a push, but with the amount of liquidity that's been flowing into the altcoins, specifically Ethereum, on the back of Peter Thiel investing in it, Tom Lee, Ethereum has really been your bright spot in this market. I mean, it's just had a monumental breakout push. I still think we're going to have a retest at least to 4,300, if not back to 3,800. That's your breakout neckline. But it does look like ETH wants to maybe sweep this high before it goes through a little bit more of a correction. So near-term target, you can see ETH is just shattering all sorts of resistance trend lines. So it does look like it wants to, but definitely getting a little stretched especially when you look at it on your daily chart. You got that negative daily divergence. You got a rather large weekly negative divergence, 4-hour negative divergence. Your hourly chart is starting to form that negative divergence. So I do think we're close to a pretty decent pullback in Ethereum, but for now it's starting to still hold its gains and press higher. BMNR obviously is a strong stock on the back of Ethereum pushing. Let's look at HIMS because we have been trading HIMS with nice success. HIMS right now backtesting that EMA 113. Let's put it on the chart. You can see HIMS yesterday, tag that EMA, it's getting a nice little bounce today. So I still think it can go lower, it can sweep this pivot, but for now the market is strong, so therefore it is showing some success. Yesterday we took profits on Lunar calls. Those were absolute moneymaker. We also are seeing healthcare stocks like UNH, which we've been accumulating, are starting to make a bit of a bullish recovery to the upside. Silver today making a really nice move. Silver Juniors, we did take profits on SILJ calls, so those calls, $17 calls went in the money. Sorry, $15 calls went in the money. We did take profits on our StoneCo yesterday, so trimming. Today's a day where you have China stocks just absolutely roaring to the upside. So Alibaba, guys, this has been our big call of, I don't know, it might be our biggest trade of the year if Alibaba keeps pressing, but we are printing on our upside China calls. Baba is our big winner so far because this name, we were early. We started accumulating down here off of this, pretty much this 104, 105 level. And Alibaba has just been a gift that is giving. I mean, since we had this breakout, nice flag pattern right off of your point of control and gapping up to 3% on the session. So our Alibaba calls are certainly printing. I mean, it's something that we took a couple different strikes, and right now we are in the driver's seat for that particular position. So I still like China. I am still very bullish. Obviously, we took profits on our October 120s. We sold half already. I'm probably looking to exit my Alibaba October 120 calls today. I'm looking at closing those out. That being said, I still am riding the the March 20th 160 calls. That is a bit of more of the lotto play. But you can see Alibaba inverse head and shoulders gives us an upside target of about 164. So we'll see if that wants to shake and move, but obviously we're still holding that one on the long side. Baidu this morning also trying to gap up. Baidu hasn't been as strong. It's been in a little bit more of a basing formation here, trying to hold steady. Yesterday, XPIV saw a massive decline after it had that huge breakout candle getting sold into, so we'll have to watch and monitor that name specifically. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla, obviously, we took half of our profits off our 340 September 19th. And basically, we are in a position to let this one ride. We'll see where it takes us over the next month. But basically, Tesla is looking like it's trying to break out. Obviously, it's broken out of the wedge. It never confirmed the breakout. So we got to be very careful here because if Tesla fails, it can go right back down to the lower boundary wedge pattern. But for the time being, Tesla's looking pretty strong. If we break out of this wedge pattern, we have two upside targets, 406 and 435, but Tesla is looking pretty juicy for the time being. Certainly has a little bit more of a catch-up play. Apple's obviously looking pretty juicy as well. We took profits on our 225 Apple calls, so I don't hold a position in that. If Apple were to backtest, say, this 219 zone, almost try to do a sweep of this green bar candle, I would look to maybe reacquire and enter a position. Still watching that one. Let's look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA is just continuing to grind, holding the majority of its gains. No real sell-off in NVIDIA yet. NVIDIA long-term chart, still super strong. I mean, you've had a one-way freight train to the upside. You've still really had no pullback since you had this massive dip in NVIDIA and a huge epic run to the upside. So NVIDIA is still looking pretty strong in the near term. We'll watch that closely. So some of your movers this morning, you do have a little bit of earnings hitting the tape. I mean, Albemarle Marley, that one's trying to gap up. POST gapping up. Kava's the big one that reported and had an epic free fall to the downside. So definitely hurting those higher beta fast food stocks. So Kava's obviously going through a bit of distribution right now. In terms of where I would trade Kava on the long side, I mean, that's a pretty horrific breakdown. Let's just see where we are in terms of longer term moving averages. Let's go to our weekly. Yeah, weekly, that's a nasty little breakdown. So that name probably needs to sweep this little pivot zone here at the minimum. I'd say at the minimum needs to sweep that. Excuse me. That's the see the little breakdown for Kava to this morning. Really, really big. Airlines were obviously strong yesterday. You've had Hood continuing to try to hold the majority of its gains here. Hood is still a very, very strong stock. Palantir, after we threaded the needle on that short, we caught that whole move, covered, and boom, Palantir right back to new all-time highs. Pretty impressive price action. Let's look at Lululemon real quick. This name is trying to find a bit of a base, but it's been absolutely slaughtered. Where I think Lululemon is going, guys, believe it or not, but sub 140. Still quite a ways down, that's for sure. That is for sure. Nike, NKE. Chart's not looking too bad on Nike. Does look like it's trying to firm up here. Inverse head and shoulders. You've been consolidating underneath that 1-year moving average in anticipation of a breakout. So right now Nike's just forming a bit of a wedge pattern. As long as it holds this trend line, Nike should give it a benefit of the doubt. And it's likely going to break out. It'll likely break out. Let's look at Google and Amazon real quick. So Google's still trending. It looks like it's going to sweep that all-time high. Amazon for the time being, trading below the 20, but sitting right on the 7 and 50-day moving average. Right now it's just sandwich. If you get a break above your 20, you're going to try to pierce this high. If you fall back below the 7, you're going to try to sweep this low. So not really a good risk to reward from my perspective. I would need to see it flush or pump for a short, but nothing really to do there in my opinion. For Amazon, you're seeing Archer pushing for that 1050 zone, so we obviously have those Lotto 1050 calls, which are trying to wake up here. Interestingly enough, Archer is trying to wake up. All right, let's look at some of these other crypto stocks. So Coinbase, still been lagging. CRCL, that obviously had a huge reversal back down. Earnings causing it to gap down a little bit. Let's look at CoreWeave. So CoreWeave had a huge move up and getting gap down on earnings as well. Let's see how these space stocks are settling out. So ASTS, after a big gap up on earnings, seeing a nice reversal, slightly green today. Let's look at RKT. RKT is an interesting one. This one looks like it's going to squeeze to the upside and try to take out these highs. So if you're looking at Rocket, RKT, I think $20 calls are a nice little lotto, but it does look like it's going to squeeze and try to press to the upside. I am seeing quite a bit of strength in that name. Let's look at RKLB. So Rocket Labs this morning is also trying to hold steady and consolidating quite nicely. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright guys, so we will settle in here. I am going to show you the SPY chart. You can see SPY is trading into a little bit of resistance. And we'll put up the IWM chart as well. So let's see if the market's gap and crack today, or if they want to keep pushing to the upside. But look at that move on the Russell. That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's for sure. So Ethereum pushing 4,700. It is showing some minor signs of distribution here. Again, Trump does speak, guys, so we know Trump's kind of been a bullish participant for the market. Every time he steps up, we typically do see the markets try to rally. So Trump around 11:15. So I'm expecting maybe a dip into Trump's meeting and then a pump when he comes on. So I do think shorts again are favorable, but obviously yesterday shorts got blown out of the water, myself included. But I am looking at taking a stab on the Russell and IW or an S&P short. S&P short is around 645.50. But I am looking at taking another stab on the short side. Looking at 227. I think the Russell can retest your value area high after this move. That's been a huge, huge move. And then the long level for me on the IWM would be a backtest to this 225 point of control. I would absolutely go long there. S&P 500 long for me would be a retest. Basically, really I'd play a conservative 640. You'd probably get a bounce at around 641. Okay, 3 minutes till the open, guys. 3 minutes till the open. IWM still acting well. SPY still looking to push a little bit more. Stocks are hanging in there for now. SPY is starting to tap that near-term resistance, just starting. SPY is approaching that short zone. IWM approaching that short zone. Alright guys, I just took an IWM 227 put. High risk. High risk. And I took a BM&R $60 put. That's even higher risk. Good morning, Ram. Ethereum is still pushing for another new high. Ethereum is trying to squeeze. Just gonna have to step away momentarily to pay my contractors. But IWM still trying to squeeze to the upside here. Extended beyond belief. But we are still getting more extended. S&P's into that short zone, guys, hitting that upper boundary channel. Same thing with the Qs. Qs are hitting its upper boundary channel. So I do expect there's probably going to be some profit taking here. That would not surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see some profit taking. Ethereum, heavy volume on the 10-minute candle. Ethereum's maybe seeing a bit of a near-term top. I wouldn't be surprised if that went negative today, but things are still surging and squeezing to the upside. Meta's gone negative. That was a strong stock yesterday. Yields are still falling sharply this morning. Microsoft's still green. Carvana seeing some strength. Hood still pushing. Palantir pushing. Guys, I am closing my October 17th BABA calls, but that's for members. To some of my calls, I'm all out of BABA. What an epic move on Alibaba. That was a huge, huge winner for us. Still have the Lotto March of next year, 160 calls. Those are obviously still doing quite well, but just pulling a bit of profit here. Just pulling profits, moving more defensively. We're still up on over 100% on those BABA calls. Ethereum's getting a little bit heavier here, guys. ETH is seeing some distribution. So you can see Ethereum coming in a little bit here, guys. That should put some pressure on BMNR. We'll see if that results in anything. IWM still holding steady. Ethereum getting rejected pretty hard here. IWM still holding steady. BMNR still up 8.7, guys. It's a good short, I think, on BMNR. It's roping people in at an inverse head and shoulders, but it looks like a short, BMNR. Rigetti down 2%, not too bad. ONDS taking a breather. Open is up 4.6. SBET coming in. Ethereum selling off pretty sharply, guys. S&P still holding steady. IWM still holding steady. Just give me a second. Oh, sorry, Ram. Thank you. Yes, I was muted. So QQQ looking a little bit heavier. Q Inspire neck and neck. IWM still leading the charge to the upside. Ethereum putting in a little bit of distribution. Bitcoin does look like it's going to go negative. Dixie still negative. Yields are still negative. Nat gas up 2%. Oil slightly green. Gold doing well. Nvidia negative on the tape. SPY seeing a little bit of its zone here. So that's the short level on SPY, guys. 645.50 Pierce was a short zone, and we tapped around that 645.60-ish. IWM still trying to push. Ethereum trying to catch a big bid here. QQQ. Qs are coming in a lot heavier, guys. Look at the Qs. The channel that we put in the trading chat working out pretty well right now on the Qs. Interestingly enough, though, the IWM is not seeing any sort of distribution. Still trying to hold steady. Very interesting. Guys, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I had to just take care of a bill, pay some contractors. But wow, what a push on the IWM, pushing to 229. Ethereum still going through a little bit of distribution at this point. IWM still a beast. S&P, Qs are lagging here, so you're seeing a little bit of rotation down in the Qs, which is very interesting. If the Qs are weak, capital certainly seems to be flowing out of tech right now into smaller caps and S&P 500 stocks. So we'll see if that wants to change. But with tech generally weaker, we should see the IWM and SPY come in. So we're just getting situated here, guys. QQQ coming in a little bit heavier now. SPY is also seeing a little bit of distribution. Google's negative. Nvidia's negative. ETH looks like it's going through some choppy distribution. Perhaps we're going to see a green to red reversal in Ethereum today. Watching for that. But Qs are looking pretty heavy here, guys. I do anticipate that these the IWM should come in. But for the time being, it's still holding pretty steady. Bigger downside price coming in the Qs and SPY. IWM still holding steady here. But QQQ starting to come in. Again, it's going to be very rare for the Qs to try to stay firm. If you have, sorry, it's going to be very rare for the IWM to stay firm if the Qs are coming in. AMD is doing really well today. HIMS for a short or HIMS for a long. I don't really like HIMS. I still think it can go lower. Yesterday you did tag that EMA, but I think it needs to sweep this volume, this impulse green candle. So if HIMS sweeps this low pivot here, let me know, because then I'd be a little bit more interested for a scalp. Okay, but Qs are certainly coming in from that high channel there. Definitely looking a little heavier here. IWM still standing firm here. Quite interesting to see that. Alright guys, I did add to my IWM short. Trying it again here. Still a monster though. Nvidia coming in hard, guys. Nvidia down 0.62, Meta down, Google down, Microsoft's the next to go negative. IWM still surging here. Holding steady. Ethereum price target raised by Standard Charter, so you're getting some people raising the price on ETH at these highs. Bitcoin had a big move there. So Bitcoin's retaking some leadership here, guys, as opposed to ETH taking a breather. Dixie softening a little bit. IWM is still going. Looking like the IWM maybe wants to sweep these highs. We'll see. Views are certainly heavier here. IWM still ripping. Markets are trying to stabilize a bit. S&P 500 catching a small bounce. QQQ catching a small bounce. Yields are very soft. Now crude oil back to the negative side. Bitcoin's trying to pump. Canopy growth up another 5%. Roblox Hood taking a bit of a breather. Teladoc seeing a nice bid today, so TDOC up 6%. Another positive day for Lennar. Netflix has turned negative. Apple's still holding steady. IWM still charging here. QQQ coming in harder, guys. Nvidia selling a little bit more now. Nvidia is still pretty heavy here, guys. Nvidia is still really heavy. AMD ripping up 6%. UNH is flying today, guys. So we're seeing healthcare stocks continually catching a bid. Nice move on UNH today. CNC trying to make a move, but XLV today is very strong. MRK, Merck, shaking and moving today. GEV coming in a little bit. Look at AMD. AMD is a monster. Sweeping highs on AMD. Pretty filthy move. SOUN, seeing a little bit of distribution. A little bit of a topping tail there. Wouldn't be surprised to see this BMNR go a bit negative. That would not surprise me. It's trying to make it look like it's forming an inverse head and shoulders, but I don't think that's going to play out. We'll see, obviously. Bitcoin acting pretty well right now. SPY still trying to push here. QQQ still coming in. IWM holding steady. Wow, Hood is getting wrecked today, guys. Look at Hood falling off a cliff here. Hood finally looking like it's putting in that local little top. It's coming in hard on Hood. Look at that. Leading stocks getting clobbered. Let's look at Palantir. Palantir coming in hard now. Roblox. Roblox is also coming in hard. So you have your market leading stocks, guys, that have been charging and grinding this market higher. They're coming in hard. They're coming in really hard. Let's look at Kava, see if that got a bounce. Yeah, Kava got a nice bounce, but really still think it's going to go lower. It's probably getting to a little bit of a short zone. Let's see if ETH wants to break down. Look at Nvidia, guys. Nvidia coming in hard as well. That's what's weighing in on the Qs. Qs are looking like they're almost going to go negative here. Definitely some underperformance in the Qs. We'll see if the Qs want to take this whole market down. That's typically is the case. Meta coming in hard. Netflix coming in hard. Microsoft still holding steady. Google's looking pretty weak here. Amazon seeing a little bit of distribution. Tesla right now still holding steady but pulling back from the highs. Are they going to take the Qs negative? Looks like it. Still pumping up that IWM. That is ferocious. Ferocious. 93 on the RSI for the IWM. That is filthy. Do have a 10-minute divergence, 5-minute divergence. Hourly chart. Definitely extended. You're into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive hourly candles. Nice 3-bar surge on the 4-hour chart for the Russell. People are liking the fact that pricing in rate cuts. Rate cut expectations. Ethereum coming in a little bit harder now. Ethereum looks like it may go negative on the tape. On semiconductor up another 3%. Wow. Beautiful move there. Closing on my Tesla short. It's looking a little bit too heavy here. Closing out all of Tesla. Or sorry, my long, not my short. My Tesla calls. I'm going to close them all out. Just because this QQQ market is looking pretty heavy. IWM still holding steady. Google, Meta, Nvidia are negative in the Qs. Apple still up 1%. Amazon up 1%. Tesla just about 1% on the tape. Bum, bum, bum. Ethereum's coming in pretty hard here, guys. ETH is starting to topple a little bit. If it really starts to sell here, I think we're looking at a 4,300 sell-off. Move back down to 4,300, which could be about a 7% decline. Obviously, watching Bitcoin recapturing a little bit of leadership here. We'll see how the total crypto market cap wants to fare. But that's obviously extended to sweeping highs, negative divergences all over the place. SPY still coming in from that little trend line, pivot zone. IWM still hanging in there. QQQ still looking pretty steady. Yeah, that's a good observation. How you saying always a Tesla or Apple or Nvidia that holds while QQ falling? Yeah, there's always a divergence in one of the names, right? There's always usually a divergence. Pour myself some more coffee here. Still remarkable strength in your regional banks. Regional banks are still pushing to the high side here. Remarkable price action in these equities here. Let's look at biotechs. Biotechs are sky high, trying to break out as well. Heading into some resistance in the near term, but still unbelievable strength. But it's occurring in ETH here. ETH still getting gobbled up at every turn. Qs are bouncing. See what SoFi is doing. SoFi trying to come in a little bit from the highs. Dixie's still softening a bit, guys, so the US dollar is still coming in. IWM seeing some minor 15-minute selling. Minor selling. See if they want to take it negative, gap and crack this market. I would not be surprised with how extended we are, but obviously they have been absolutely buying up small caps in anticipation of Fed rate cuts, causing a lot of people to chase. I personally can't chase up here, but nevertheless, small caps have been ferocious. S&P 500 coming in a little bit heavier now. So IWM coming in a little bit harder now. Buy new low of day. New low of day for the S&P 500. QQQ, new low of day. QQQ appearing like it wants to go negative. Tesla still hanging in there. Amazon coming in. Apple still up 1%. Microsoft up 0.3. Q's up here, weak here. QQQ coming in pretty hard. 5-minute chart support on the Qs is around this 578. That's probably where you want to bounce. Right at your value area high, EMA 113 on the 5-minute. That's where I suspect the Qs want to potentially go. Alright, things are selling off a little bit harder here. Bitcoin's starting to see some distribution. Ethereum hanging on to opening range low. IWM still the strongest index at 0.88%. Qs look like they're going to gap and crack. Seeing a bit of buying right now. Healthcare stocks still strong. AMD still strong. So AMD right now is sort of propping up that SOXX. It's still the heavier weighted index. Very interesting. QQQ, new lows there. SPY's looking heavy. IWM still hanging on. Dixie near the lows. Crude oil still negative. Nat gas getting sold into. Gold still up 0.5%. Bonds are being accumulated today in full force, both on the long end, short end of the curve. Look at that heavy reversal. So just want to see something from my point of view. So the really downside move, just a simple fib retrace from this low to the high. If they wanted to get nasty, they could take the Qs down to 575.86. If they wanted to get really nasty, that's where they could try to take the Qs. That's kind of like your bearish target. IWM still holding unrelenting strength. Is it going to play some catch up to the downside for the time being? It is not really participating in the downside move. But I've seen them keep IWM elevated. Still a lot of time in the session. SPY's still holding steady. Qs are up 0.11% going for that gap fill. We look at the relative strength in SPY. SPY's well above its gap, but starting to target that gap window. We'll see if that wants to come in a little bit more. Still waiting for the IWM to come in. It's getting a little heavier here. Getting a little heavier as the market falls. Again, I have 226 IWM puts. It's very aggressive and risky. Very aggressive. It's a small size again. Contracts are super cheap, so you don't need a lot of contracts. You know, if this hits 226 puts, I mean, it would be a grand slam. So you don't need a lot of money to make a big hit. That's why I'm just chasing this downside short. For the time being, though, it's still holding steady. And I got 20 contracts at 7 cents. Again, we do have Trump in about 45 minutes. So obviously he can pump up the market. He has a tendency to do so. So we'll see if that happens. Healthcare stocks still doing exceptionally well. Dixie is still down sharply, looking like it's going to sweep the lows. 2-year yield down 1.5, 10-year yield down 1.19. So the spread is still widening here, guys. The 10 and 2 spread is still widening. Ethereum still up 1.61, but looking like it's going through a bit of near-term distribution. Microsoft almost going negative. Nvidia is still down about 1%. Google slightly flat to the negative side. Meta down 0.36, Netflix down 0.5%, JP Morgan is flat, giving up its gains. SMH just slightly green. So Qs are tapping prior day high, seeing a bounce. Apple refuses to give up. Yeah, Qs are getting a nice bounce here. Yep, Apple's certainly ripping here. Strong on the tape. So you're definitely seeing some capital rotation trends. Nvidia getting slightly hit. Meta taking a bit of a breather at the top of its channel. Google obviously still acting quite well. Amazon getting slightly rejected in the near term off of its 20-day. So far, the first hour, seeing a nice sell candle there on the Qs. A second. Hmm. So Microsoft appears to be wanting to go negative and joining JP Morgan, Netflix, Meta, Google's gone negative again. Nvidia's still down about 1% on the tape. IWM still holding fairly steady here. Dixie's trying to find a bit of a potential double bottom here. Dow's still strong. Qs are still underperforming. IWM still at 0.86%. Bouncing off that opening range high on the IWM, still holding like a champ. QQQ bouncing off a prior day high, never officially filled its gap, but we could just be setting up a bit of a bear flag. QQQ aggressive short zone is this 581 Pierce. A Pierce of 581 is an aggressive short zone on the Qs. All right, make it a little bit weaker here. Still holding that opening range high. QQQ trying to bounce here. Apple's still up 1.62%, surging to the upside for Apple Dapple. Guys, I'm going to do a high risk BMNR $60 put. High risk, super high risk, end of week. Just give me a sec. Alright, so IWM finally coming in a little bit here, guys. Some minor. Sorry, the super high risk trade is a $60 BM&R put, guys. $60 BM&R put. High risk trade. Keep the shares down. Keep the shares down. IWM getting heavier, Ethereum getting heavier, Bitcoin getting heavier, everything is getting heavier here. Come on down, take us down. Come on, Russell. Chop yourself down. It's my mug. Oh, I'm muted. Shoot. So QQQ bouncing firmly, Apple's still holding steady, Nvidia's catching a bounce, SPY's catching a little bounce, IWM catching a small bounce as well. JP Morgan's still struggling a little bit, Nvidia's struggling today, crude oil down 1% again. Come on. Let's drop Ethereum, drop the IWM, and drop BMNR. Yeah, so what I was saying on this BMNR, the high risk lotto put play that I entered is we are still well off of that low when the debt offering was announced a couple days ago, BMNR dumped all the way down to 53, 54 bucks here. And we're trading well above that because Ethereum had such a strong price. So if BMNR was to test that debt offering low again today, that would put it down by about 11%. It would be about a 21% fall from currently speaking. It would be huge. This is a lotto. So right now it's up 10.5. It would be down by about 10-11% on the session if that were to occur. Not out of the question. I'm so shocked that that debt offering didn't have more impact on it. But for the time being, obviously Ethereum is still positive, so I'm looking for ETH to go negative. It's still just holding this channel. But again, if we break this little channel here, not much support in this 4400 region. 44 to 4600, there's not much support there on ETH. So if they sell into that, really 4400 to 4300 is your next support level in Ethereum, which would be a pretty big drop, you know, a 5% drop to 4400. So BMNR, I don't know how leveraged it is. I don't know what the correlation coefficient is to ETH, but if ETH was down 5%, I would have to imagine BMNR would be down pretty sharply as well. So you are seeing a little bit of selling. IWM holding steady. SPY still trying to bounce. QQQ still seeing a little bit of distribution. Big bounce on IWM. Come on, ETH, break it. Break down, Ethereum, break it. SPY's looking a little heavier here, guys. SPY starting to see some selling. QQQ again going for new lows. Q's flat, looking for negative price on the Q's here. There goes the Qs. They are now negative on the session, guys. So they could not withstand the heavy sell side pressure that Nvidia is seeing today. Microsoft has now gone negative, Google negative, Meta negative, Netflix and JP Morgan negative, as well as your SMH semiconductor complex is negative on the tape. Right now, Tesla's still up 0.5% but pulling in. Amazon still 0.66 and Apple leading the charge to the upside up 1.35% on the tape. IWM still holding steady here. What an absolute beast on the session. IWM is getting strength from your regional banks as well as biotechs. Biotech's XBI is really strong to up 1.92%. Sweeping some high pivot liquidity on the 4-hour chart. We'll see if they want to sell biotechs down a little bit, but remarkable price action in XBI. So BMNR is sitting right on that prior day high. It's back testing a key level. Nvidia is still looking heavy. Qs are still seeing heavy price action here. IWM not participating. SPY coming in. IWM still massive divergence. HIMS is down another 1.5%. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy down move for HIMS. Wow, biotechs are what's holding up. Look at this biotechs, guys. XBI is holding up the Russell right now. That's what's printing. So your regional banks are your heaviest weighting in the Russell, which are doing quite well. But biotechs are just holding this Russell to the extreme. You're going to sweep this high and put in a little bit of a negative divergence. Here goes ETH, guys. Ethereum is going to be looking a little bit heavier here. Meta is getting hit pretty hard here. Bit of a waterfall sell-off occurring. SPY, Qs, Nvidia still heavy. SPY's looking to go negative as well. Bitcoin looking heavier. Ethereum still green, but coming in a little bit. Biotech's trying to sweep the high. BMNR still up 8.7%. SPY's catching a bid right before that gap. Biotech's just made a new high. That's why the Russell's still staying firm. That could be the high sweep of the day for the biotechs. Unless they want to sweep this little high pivot. Which also could be the case. But biotechs are ripping here. Ripping to the upside. Kraft Heinz Ketchup looking for a nice W pattern. We still writing those $28 calls on KHC. I still like it. SPY's still looking pretty heavy here. Huge divergence, S&P and Qs, massive divergence. Sorry, massive divergence between Qs and IWM. Really sizable divergence. Look at biotechs just keeping the IWM elevated here. Biotech land is squeezing. Regional banks still holding steady, but not as strong. But biotechs are what's keeping this. So as soon as biotechs top here, that's when IWM should take its next little leg lower. But biotechs have just been a monster, up 2.17% on the tape here. Huge, huge move for XBI. QQQ still coming in. Qs are still looking heavy. Looking heavy. Qs are knifing through its value area high. So there is some support here on the Qs, value area high, but I still think we should go lower. But there's definitely a little bit of support here. Biotechs are still squeezing to the upside, keeping IWM elevated. HIMS is down another 2.25% on HIMS, guys. HIMS just cannot catch a break. Look at that waterfall sell-off on HIMS. We are now getting into an interesting area. We've swept that low that I was discussing. I know a couple people were looking at that. Wow. Hymns, hymns, hymns. I don't even know if I like it anymore. There probably will be a bit of a bounce, but yikes. We've done that low pivot liquidity sweep, but I don't think I really like it. I mean, you might get a bounce at 46.62. That's your next area of support. 46.62 could be a minor bounce. But Hims is coming in hard. So if people are wanting to take it at 46.62, there's a little bit of support there. Just some minor. Nvidia is still looking ferociously heavy here. They are knifing Nvidia down almost 2% on the tape. Weighing in on the Qs. IWM huge divergence still. So QQQ, there's an aggressive long off of this 5-minute EMA, guys. So 578.66, there's an aggressive long on the Qs if you're wanting to take it. I'm not going to take it, but there is an aggressive long. Ethereum trying to melt here, guys. So Ethereum looking a little bit weaker here. See if it knifes through this 10-minute EMA. Yep, Ethereum's getting much heavier. Keep BM&R on watch. Can't believe IWM is still a monster right now. SPY is heading to its gap fill. And they might just be waiting for a late day sell-off. But XBI, that's your signal for the IWM. If that starts to give up price, IWM's going to see some downside. But for now, still getting some massive strength in the small cap land. People are bidding up high beta stocks ahead of rate cuts. Dixie's trying to hold a double bottom pattern here. Nvidia's tagging its prior day lows, so there is a bit of support on Nvidia here. It's had a nice 3-bar sell-off, but it could be setting up a 3-bar surge on the hourly chart. So Nvidia is into some minor support here. Prior day low, but it could be setting up a 1, 2, 3-bar surge into your EMA. So just keep that on watch. Along with that EMA, you do have this key little trend line. So watch Nvidia because look at small caps. They are just relentless monsters. QQQ still looking fairly heavy here, but trying to bounce. IWM still pushing. Regional banks are looking still firm. Biotechs are still holding steady. Can you believe that Russell chart? That thing is a monster. Are they trying to take the Russells back to the highs? Maybe. They might be trying to take the IWM back to the highs. Can you believe that? Yeah, it looks like they might, guys. Nice job, Ram. GLD calls are up. Good job. But this is all the strength in the Russell. You're going into this little bit of a double top. You're probably wanting to sweep that zone. Let's look at the KRE. KRE is not holding up as well as the XBI, but still obviously holding strength. Nvidia staging a bit of a bounce. Look at biotech. So big bounce on Nvidia off of that prior day. Really big bounce. Crude oil down another 1%. IWM still ripping to the upside. Ethereum catching a bounce. Everything's pretty much catching a bounce here. S&P 500 catching a nice little bounce. But it seems like they're just slow dripping us a little bit. Except for IWM. That's a beast. Tesla's gone negative, so good job exiting our Tesla calls. Meta's still negative. Microsoft, Nvidia. Nvidia's had a nice bounce though off of prior day. Yep, Trump is speaking. That's right. I don't think it's really anything to do with the market. I think it's some medal award ceremony. Wow, guys, look at XBI. It is hitting that double top, sweeping it now. Epic Extreme XBI sweeping that liquidity, stopping out some traders. It's probably going to pierce it, but that is where the strength in the Russell is coming from. Excuse me, guys. Big bounce in the S&P, retesting 644. QQQ back to positive price. IWM back to 229, up 1% on the session. XBI still charging to the extreme. Pretty impressive. Look at XBI squeezing, guys. Whoa. It is a monster right now, sending IWM to new highs on the session. JP Morgan still under pressure. Tesla's back to the positive side. Your weekly 50 moving average coming up on the XBI at 89.24. So IWM is probably going to spike, make a new high. Jerry pushing higher. And there goes a new high on the IWM. So you did tag the weekly 50 moving average on the XBI chart, guys. Weekly 50 moving average is heavy resistance. You should see some sell side pressure there on XBI. That's what's going to keep the Russell going right now. Let's look at the QQQ bounce here. Qs have had a nice bounce as well. IWM still ripping. Highs of the session. XBI still pushing. Regional banks are still pushing. So you're still seeing massive strength coming into small cap land. Rejection there off of prior day high on the Qs. Look at the Russell squeezing. It is a monster. Absolute monster. So we've seen Qs are holding this value area high. Still think we can go lower. We're under prior day high. If we recapture prior day high, then you're probably looking at a move back to 581.50 on the Qs. IWM finally starting to see a little bit of selling. It's been the strong horse. We'll see if they want to take this back down to your opening range low. But it's been an absolute monster to the high side yesterday, today. Ethereum still trading, putting in a little bit of a 10-minute chart bear flag on ETH. Bitcoin still holding 127. Dixie's going lower though. Gold's faded a little bit even though the Dixie's been declining. Nvidia still looks like it's going to have another leg down. It's kind of stabilized here over the last little bit, but I still think we could be seeing a 3-bar surge down to this 177.50-60 zone. So you have 54 minutes left in this hourly candle, but I do anticipate Nvidia is going to go through another wave, guys. Another wave of selling on Nvidia is set to take place, in my opinion. If that happens, obviously look for additional weakness in the Qs and S&P 500. Gold has also had a nice sell-off. Nat gas getting sold into. Dixie still weak. Yields are still getting hit pretty hard today. still holding steady here. BMNR, Ethereum trying to push up here. Carry still trying to trend. Dixie's still softening here. SPY Q's green. IWM still up 1.13% on the tape. So big bounce in mega cap tech stocks here. S&P Qs are really seeing a nice bounce. Tesla back to the green side. Apple still ripping. Look at this move on the Russell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 consecutive green candles up on the Russell. That is astonishing. Astonishing, I tell you. What a move. SPY trying to hold back above that prior day. AMD's pulled back a little bit, but still up 4.4. That's doing quite well. UNH still ripping, up 3.5%, testing the $270 level. Take a look at UNH here. So UNH fulfilled that upside target of that inverse head and shoulders. You've now fulfilled it. So we'll see how it wants to consolidate here and build the next pattern. So you could arguably want to form now another right shoulder pattern on UNH. So I would look for this left shoulder, head, and then some hourly consolidation, and then watch for another breakout into this gap 290. So, but upside resistance has been hit on UNH in the near term, very near term. QQQ still seeing a bit of selling. IWM still trying to push. Regional banks and biotechs are not stopping here. They are just a one-way freight train to the upside. So you're still seeing biotechs and regionals lifting the lifting small caps higher. S&P 500 curling slightly down, so is the Qs getting slightly rejected off of its prior day high. Regional banks are seeing a little bit of softening, but still super extended. Biotechs are still strong near the highs of the tape, so obviously that's keeping the IWM pretty firm here, but QQQ going through a little bit more selling. You have Nvidia curling slightly down, potentially starting the next wave lower on the Qs. Wow, look at home builders, guys. Lennar, just an absolute monster. Whoa. That is filthy, that move. What a what a move. Bit of distribution hitting IWM now, minor selling. Very small amounts. QQQ does look like a little bit of a bear flag here. SPY looking pretty weak here. Looking like it wants to sweep the lows. Qs are also looking weak. Nvidia trying to see some selling. Apple's still strong. Tesla's almost going back to the negative side. Seeing some minor selling pressure in the IWM. Minor. Meta still down 0.76. Google still down 0.25. Microsoft down 0.3. Nvidia down 1.43. S&P 500 is looking heavier here, guys. The bunch here. Just give me a sec, guys. AMD still holding steady. ONDS coming in a little bit. IWM pushing right back to the highs. This stock is relentless. It's indice. Regional banks are still staying steady. That's crazy. Gotta get my lunch here. So IWM is getting a big punch from the KRE. Regional banks are starting to press again. Biotechs have taken a bit of a breather, but look at regional banks going, guys. Again, these charts are pretty phenomenal. What we're witnessing here in small cap land. Absolute squeeze to the upside here. Crazy price. Look at regionals go. IWM is going for another new high a day. It's likely going to get it with the pressure in KRE. That's crazy. QQQ still hanging in there. S&P 500 still hanging in positive price action. Definitely a potential for an inverse head and shoulders there. Hasn't triggered yet though, but it's forming. It's definitely forming. So it's there for sure. but it hasn't triggered. Still in a very bearish downtrend intraday. Fortunately. Honestly, at this point, your guess is as good as mine. It has broken out of a bullish pattern, so I mean, the upside target of the bullish pattern is 238, but I would have expected a pullback at least by now. It's just an absolute beast, and you're definitely seeing a short squeeze on the IWM, but 238, 239 is the bullish upside target on IWM, and they are absolutely squeezing it. So it could obviously, stocks typically go higher and farther than we expect. So we'll see how high it really wants to go, but it's absolutely just so extended here. I mean, the last time we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hourly candles in a row and big moves, not just little candles. I mean, pretty big candles. It's pretty extraordinary, that's for sure. But maybe they're keeping it elevated here until Trump's done. Yeah, it's unreal. Burning me again. It's definitely unreal. Hmm. IWM still squeezing to the upside. This is remarkable price action. So you can see the bullish pattern that it did trigger, but hasn't given any sort of a pullback. You have Nvidia slightly curling down. ETH still holding steady. Your rocket ship IWM, no stopping it. Crazy. Five sectors are red, the rest are green. Seven sectors green. Healthcare is your strongest sector on the session. Regional banks are pretty strong. It's not an S&P 500 sector though. Retail is very strong. Transports are showing decent strength today. But your consumer discretionary and healthcare are your strongest S&P 500 sectors. Tech is slightly green, XLK. Your weakest sector today is industrials, XLI. Materials is pretty decent on this session. Tesla's still getting sold into, just a touch here. Open has gone back to the downside. What's this BLSK? BLSK. BSLK, sorry. BSLK. That's up huge. 225%? Wow. ONDS today, that's doing not much love there for ONDS. Interesting. RKT. Wow, RKT squeezing. Big move up there on RKT. Let's look at these other space stocks. ASTS. Not too bad there on ASTS, but definitely getting sold into a little bit. Oracle or CL. Yeah, it's under a bit of pressure this morning. You do have cloud stocks under a little bit of pressure. Net under some pressure. Roblox, that's printing to the downside here. Palantir, also under some pressure here in the near term. Hood. So I'm surprised the IWM is still staying so firm with some of these leaders that are actually down on the tape. Snapchat, that's still trading near the deep dark depths below. Let's look at Apple Dapple. Apple's coming in from the highs, but also still very strong on the tape. SBET. SBET still holding steady here. VMNR, that's starting to come in a little bit. Ethereum still holding pretty steady. Pushing right back up to the highs. BBAI still getting sold into a little bit today. Bouncing off its weekly 20 though. Still holding inside bar. Any news on GE? So yeah, that's a hard dump on GE today. GEV also, just probably a technical sell-off. I don't think there's any news. Not too sure. SPY is starting to drip a little bit lower here, guys. We also have regional banks finally taking a bit of a breather. Biotech still staying firm here. Retail, XRT still staying uber strong. So it does look like SPY is going to break down here. QQQ still holding steady off of the lows, but curling slightly lower. So IWM is finally putting in a little bit of a high here. Don't want to call it too early because it's still been a monster, but wow, you would think there would be some profit taking here. Nvidia going for the low of day, guys. Just like we said, Nvidia is going to go for that low of day. Looking like it wants to take it out. I don't even know if Trump's done speaking yet. Is Trump done? Let's see. Regional banks are looking a little heavier here, guys. So KRE seeing a minor bit of selling. Watching biotechs as well. They're super extended. Retail stocks super extended. See if they want to chop this IWM down at all. It's freaking due, man. I mean, you should have at least an hour of selling on this IWM. Like, just look how extended this thing is. It's remarkable. Q's SPY curling down. Looks like this bear flag H pattern is going to play out, guys. So, if we trigger the fully downside measured move on SPY here, you're looking at a potential down to 641. Here's your measured move down. SPY's looking a little bit heavier. IWM still holding. Bullish structure. Pretty impeccable. They do not want to pay any puts on IWM. There goes SPY. SPY's breaking. New low of day there on the S&P. QQQ still holding above its low of day. So what's interesting is SPY did print a new low of day there. QQQ slightly negative, but off of its lows. IWM still near the highs. IWM going for another new high of day. What else is new? Just a relentless beast. Pretty crazy. Right, SPY is curling slightly lower here, guys. We're still in float mode on the IWM NVIDIA. Coming in a little bit more, under 180, down 1.73. Microsoft now down 0.6. Google down 0.51. Meta down 0.9. Tesla is just slightly green, but looking like it wants to go negative. Coinbase up 1.38. Massive divergence. S&P 500 stocks versus small caps. How's ARK doing? ARKK. Yeah, ARK's near the highs here. So regionals are coming in a bit. I'm surprised IWM hasn't taken a bit of a breather. Biotech still holding firm. XRT now taking leadership. SPY's a little bit heavier here. Saying Peter Thiel backed crypto exchange IPO, BLSH weighing on Hood and Coin. Yeah, I mean, you're certainly seeing Hood under a lot of pressure. Coin right now getting slightly sold into. BLSH? Or is that CTNA? CTNA. What is that ticker? Just give me a sec here. Where is it? Oh, BLSK. Yeah. Monster move up. IWM going for another high as SPY is trying to break down here. Wow. New high of day, Russell. Crazy, guys. This is absolute insane price action. Retail, regionals, biotechs just pumping this Russell up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 consecutive hourly green candles in a row on the Russell. Will we get one today? Doesn't look like it. Does not look like they want to sell any of it. But you do have biotech and regionals curling slightly down, but XRT is now keeping this thing super, super elevated. BMNR is starting to get a little bit heavier here. Some increased volatility. Ethereum looking a little heavy here. So SPY is about to go negative, QQQ down 0.1. Seeing a little bit more distribution hitting the tape here with the S&P going for another new low. Still holding above prior day high, but you've put in some pretty bearish consolidation along this prior day high. So we could see a knife down into your 5-minute EMA. QQQ still holding off of the lows as the S&P is trending a little bit lower. IWM still elevated, up sharply on the session. Nvidia looking like it's got new lows forming. Is this going to be the Russell's first red hourly candle? It's got 42 minutes left. Wow. Nope, they're trying to buy it right back up. Freaking nuts. QQQ looking heavier here too, guys. So Qs are selling off. selling in the Russell. Damn you, Russell. Okay. Still curling down, almost down 2%. Apple's still up 1.48. Amazon doing quite well. Tesla's gone back to the dark side. Negative on the session slightly. JP Morgan down 1.62%. So I'm surprised there's such a strong divergence between KRE and XLF. It's crazy. Nvidia going to test those lows. Apple's still holding steady. AMD still trying to hold steady. Microsoft looking exceptionally weak right now. We're still short Microsoft off that 547 level. Looking for it to fill that gap. Carvana coming in a little bit more today. Let's look at HIMS again. HIMS is still holding that EMA 113. But Qs are coming in hot. There's new lows on the S&P, guys. New lows on the S&P. Breaching prior day. This could also be a potential head and shoulders on SPY. If SPY were to get nasty, it could also go down to still no selling in the Russell. That is crazy. Look at Palantir breaking down as well, guys. Roblox under a little pressure. SoFi coming in. Another new high for the Russell. That is just filthy. Filthy. Nvidia bouncing off of PDL. SPY's about to go negative, guys. SPY came very close to filling its gap. Basically went to the flat side. Does look like it's going to go negative though. They're seeing more selling. Meta still down sharply. Lennar still pumping. Biotech still up 2.73%. Retail doing well. Healthcare stocks doing well. Upstart up 3.9. Enphase doing well. Home Depot doing well today. DocuSign doing well. AI, big bounce in AI. That's up 6.8. Oracle down 3.1. Cisco down 1.39. DraftKings slightly green. Roku, that's okay. Silver doing really well today. That's up 1.6%, guys. Silver's flying. Steel stocks are doing well. Unity Software down a little bit. Lyft is doing well today. QQQ going for new lows. Humana, that's doing well. Baba's still holding around 3%. Lululemon up 3.87%. That's doing really well today. American Eagle, that's up 3.8. Hershey's green. RKT, that's doing well. Kava's bounced, but still down 14.5% on Kava. Holy doing very well. CMG. Lulu back above 200 on Lululemon. Incredible. Wow, look at this BSLK, guys. Halted. Halted to the upside. That is filthy. New highs for the Russell. Look at this Russell chart. That is parabolic. Leaving no room for a backtest. IWM still squeezing. Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Yeah, good move for SRPT, for sure. Into that gap window. Because I took a QQQ put option for tomorrow. BMNR is starting to come in a little bit, guys. BMNR is starting to get heavier here. SPY still holding off of the lows. Qs are curling slightly down. SPY still holding above prior day high. A little bit of selling or hitting the IWM now. Still super elevated. Huge divergence between the IWM and Qs. BMNR looking a little bit heavier, guys. That's starting to come in. BMNR getting heavier here, guys. ETH still holding 47.15, but BMNR is getting heavy. The NMR trying to go into that gap window, guys. Only up 5% now, pulling in from the highs. ETH still no movement in ETH. S&P sitting right on that PDH, looking a little bit heavier here. QQQ trying to stabilize. Maybe the first hourly red candle on IWM that we've seen in a long time. It's dropping hard here. Puts are waking up. Here we go. Puts are waking up. Take it negative. Ethereum hasn't even given us a sell yet. And BMNR is breaking down. Maybe it's foreshadowing a little bit of a decline in crypto potentially coming. But BMNR coming in hard. Come on in, BMNR. Come on in. S&P going for a low of day. It's BM&R getting heavy here. They're gonna take it negative. Looks like they might, guys. Here we go. BM&Rs are starting to print, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Take our $60 puts in the money. Take it negative. Ethereum hasn't even barely sold off. Still up 2.85 and BM&R getting heavy here. Heavy, heavy, heavy. We're almost going to be pushing 100% on BM&R. It's about time. I'm patient with that bad boy. Come on down, BM&R. Can we get these $60 puts in the money today? The way this is selling off is it can. They potentially could. Qs are still trying to bounce. Still no sell side pressure in the IWM. Still ripping. But BM&R looking to go negative while ETH is still up 3%. Could that be signaling an after hour sell off in ETH? Maybe. Qs are catching a bit off of prior day low. Nvidia's bouncing. Alright guys, nice drop in the Qs there. I just had to take a quick phone call, so we are at least seeing those QQQ puts that we took are waking up here. So a little bit of a drop there in the Qs. Still thinking there's more downside in the Qs. Still looking pretty bearish. It's a nasty little rejection off of that prior day high. Nice liquidity sweep. IWM finally seeing some sell side pressure. Still so extended here on the chart. Cabin BLSH, yeah, BLSH. Definitely taking a dump there, or BLSK, I guess. Is that what you're looking at? Or BSLK? Can't even type that in. BMNR, guys, also looking still heavy here, looking like it's gonna go negative. Come on, take it down, BMNR. Still writing those put options. Let's look at VNet for Georgiana. VNET. Don't really know this name. Sounds like it's a biotech. Technology services, data processing. Okay, I was wrong. Yeah, it's a tough one. You're sandwiched between the 7 and 20 right now. Holding weekly structure. It's a tough name. As long as you remain above the 711 level, these pivots, it's technically okay. Let's look at ZAI. Or no, that's not it. Xi Labs. Z-Lab. Yeah, Z-Lab's trying to get into work itself into this gap window, so looking okay as well. But BMNR is dumping, guys. That name's coming in hot. That name is coming in hot. Beautiful. $60 puts are coming, guys, on BMNR. Take us down. Interestingly, Ethereum hasn't even sold off, and BMNR is selling quickly. It's selling heavy. Getting heavier here. Contracts are ripping, guys. We're up almost 100%. BMNR puts are coming in. Let's go. Close to 100% up on BM&R. We're still looking for $60. Come on. QQQ looking heavier here. We're still seeing price getting sold into a little bit. Come on, Qs. Break it. New low of day. SPY right now. Holding that prior day high. But we could get a dump into the close here. Don't know about IWM. That one seems to be in a world of its own, but at least the SPY and the Qs. SPY about to go negative. QQQ still holding negative price. Guys, BMNR has now gone negative, coming into a little bit of support, but BMNR puts are starting to rip here. We're up over 100. I'm up over 100% on BMNR. Finally getting a ticker to cooperate here. But nice little decline on BMNR. Let's see if we can get it to break this area. Ethereum still hasn't even sold off yet, but it's coming in hard, BMNR. We do have the Dixie here, guys, trying to move up off of the lows. So we'll see if we get any sort of market weakness into the close here. But the Dixie is trying to move up. QQQ sitting right on that little bit of a volume point of control. It's back to the positive price action. It's been trying to bust out of this little range, but a lot of chop in this range. IWM is still an absolute monster to the upside. Is our BMNR puts are almost in the money? BMNR getting absolutely smoked here, guys. Let's go. Up 120% on BMNR puts, guys. It is dumping to the downside right now. I love that. That's what I like to see. And it still has a little bit more to go. Come on, BMNR. I want you to test this TP dead offering zone, but BMNR dumping, guys. Getting clobbered. Take it down. Take it down. Ethereum still hasn't even sold off yet. Ethereum's still spiking to the high side. So imagine Ethereum dumps here where BMR can go. It's getting absolutely trounced. Dump it, BMNR. Dump it. QQQ still holding 580. Dixie still trying to push up. Bitcoin up 1.3. Ethereum still ripping here. Yeah, with a nice move down there. Really good move. Tesla, big spike down, back up. Microsoft getting pretty heavy here into the close. That should put some near-term weight on the Qs here. So Microsoft getting pretty heavy. Apple also getting heavy here. Looks like a liquidity grab and spike. Is the IWM going to do 13 green candles in a row? That is just insanity. JP Morgan, that took it on the chin today, bouncing off of the lows though. A pretty hard down day. Citigroup still holding at the highs. Bank of America still holding. XLF still green. Gold is getting faded again. Let's look at GDX here. GDX still at the highs. Silver still trying to push. SILJ acting well, achieving upside target on SILJ. It's an aggressive short zone for silver juniors. But Microsoft here, you're looking pretty heavy into the close, guys. MSFT coming in hard. That should put a dampen on the Qs. Apple, a little bit of an hourly topping tail potential. I just can't believe this IWM. That's insane. Insane. No pullback at all. Just makes you wonder how. And I mean, they could be setting up another gap up tomorrow. That's the crazy thing. 3-bar surge on the daily. That would be. If we gapped up tomorrow on the IWM again, I might have to full port my portfolio. Probably put like 50,000 into 0 DTEs puts. If they did gap us up tomorrow, oh my goodness. I'd probably break every single rule of my risk management and go in huge on some puts. But you never know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's just miraculous how strong this indice's been. No dips. Not even a little pullback and bounce. Just riding the 10-minute, the 20-minute, 7-day moving average here. Filthy. That is crazy. I'm just salty I never caught the long on the IWM. Gold is getting sold into here, into the close as the Dixie is starting to come in. I've been looking at maybe shorting miners here. NEM. NEM does look like a little bit of a short setup. Newmont. GDX. Still pretty elevated. We'll see. Yeah, honestly, it's a massive short squeeze on the IWM in anticipation of Fed rate cuts. I mean, if you look at what's going on here, cost of capital, so this looks like a clear indication and breakdown in the 2-year yield. So short-term interest rates, right, are looking exceptionally bearish. So bear flag on the 2-year yield, lower cost of capital in theory typically strengthens. So we're in this scenario where the labor markets, employment market still appears to be okay, but and yields are softening here. So there's a massive liquidity pump coming into small caps. We've also had Trump pounding the table on interest rates, lowering them, lowering them, lowering them. So you're getting that kind of that 1-2 punch. Still a decent, robust labor market, which is lagging data, and you have falling yields. So yields are trading below the weekly 200 moving average now for 3 consecutive weeks. We haven't had that in the 2-year yield for really since this whole tightening cycle. So you look at this tightening cycle when we broke above that weekly 200. This is the first time we're trading below it for 3 consecutive weeks for our whole tightening cycle. Now, I do think that this is getting stretched. There's obviously the bullish technical pattern that you have to recognize. You know, if you draw it on this chart, there's really two ways we can draw it, depending on which, but we'll do it the conservative way from, call it this pivot here. So you have that inverse head and shoulders that has clearly broken out to the upside, and it gives you that target of 235. So you're just seeing an epic short squeeze. I think a lot of people were under positioned in small caps, but lower cost of capital is really the main thing that's pushing this up. And Fed interest rate expectations. You look at the Fed watch tool, and we're gonna look the September meeting. We're getting a rate cut. So I think you're getting a buy the rumor into that Fed rate cut, and then likely to sell the news. So a couple combinations, right? Short squeeze, under positioning in fund managers, institutions, lower cost of capital. I'm just shocked it hasn't given any sort of a consolidation here on the hourly chart. It's just pump after pump after pump. And that means that it's not as sustainable, right? Something that just goes up in a straight line typically doesn't hold the gains. You know, and then you look at what's happening in the crypto market. I mean, Ethereum has been pumping, catching so much liquidity in altcoin space. So there's a lot of high beta assets moving here and pumping to the high side. And a little bit of near-term distribution from your big boys. So there's extra liquidity flowing around. But I don't like the IWM, even though it's triggered a bullish pattern. Companies in its holdings aren't really that strong. But I've been wrong for 2 days in a row trying to short it. I've lost money yesterday on it, lost money today on it. So what do I know? That's just the way it is. You know, today I took a smaller size short position than I did yesterday. But if we gap up again tomorrow, you know, I've been trading with about $400 to $500 in puts on the IWM each day. I lost about 500 yesterday. Today I only took 20 contracts. So a couple $100 there. But tomorrow, if we gap up again on the IWM, oh my goodness, I'll probably put several thousand into a short. Because then you have a 3-bar surge on the daily. And I mean, you're coming into this channel, right? You have both of these channels. This little previous testing zone. But for the time being, it's the hot indice pushing everything up right now. And if you look at what the IWM is comprised of, XRT, big holding, KRE, its biggest holding. And there was some news on regional banks regarding the funding requirements, reserve requirements. So there's a lot of stimulus in the near term that's hitting these small caps. You look at biotechs as well, they're having a huge breakout to the upside. But it's a massive squeeze. Massive squeeze. And still going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait, did I count that wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. We're going for 14 green hourly candles. I don't even know when last we did that. I'd have to seriously look back on the charts. It's been a while. Didn't do it there. Not off your tariff lows. Maybe here. Maybe here. Last time we did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A little red. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Big pullback. But this move was smaller, I think. Yeah, it's about a 4.5% move. And then you got a nice multi-hour pullback. 225 down to 223. So back in October, 4.5% move. What is this move? Yeah, it's about a 4.78%. So you're getting stretched, getting into some moving averages, but it's very rare that that happens. You got a big gap and move over there. It's about 11% print to the upside on the IWM. Let's see how overbought we are here. So last time the IWM was this extended on the hourly was right around here. And you still kept floating and grinding. Big sell on the Qs there, guys. Really big sell. Taking our puts nicely up. Look at that. 579s, guys. Coming in. Beautiful dump there on the Qs, guys. Beautiful dump. Apple really getting hit here, guys. So Apple saw a nasty decline there, along with the market. Nvidia kind of stayed firm, but that was an Apple dump. Don't know if there's news on Apple, but that was filthy. That was a really big Apple dump. And IWM right back up. Google too, thank you. Yep, Google as well. Oh yeah, look at that. It looks like a news drop, guys. I'm not really seeing anything, but that's a news drop on Google. Says Google on watch, nothing yet. Google Store bans all cryptocurrency wallets in jurisdictions such as the US and EU unless they obtain federal licenses. Wow. So Google News, Google banning all cryptocurrency wallets in jurisdictions. So there's definitely news on Google there, guys. So Google Store banning all cryptocurrency wallets in jurisdictions such as the US and EU unless they obtain federal license. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's see how ETH is responding. Little decline there in ETH. Bitcoin coming in. Our BMNR still waiting for that name to hit 60 bucks. Take our puts in the money. We're still riding this QQQ short. It's been floundering. Look at IWM. Still doesn't want to give up any of its gains. A little bit of an hourly doji, but we've seen that before. IWM is filthy. Filthy. Markets are pushing right back up. US dollar, guys, catching a nice little bid here. Potentially going to apply some pressure into the end of the session. So Google getting gobbled right back up. Big bounce on Google. Pew. Q's getting bought right back up. BMNR looks super weak. Super weak. Take us down. Nice. We're pushing $3 a contract, guys. Almost up 150% on these puts. Come on, BMNR. Keep going. Keep going. Ethereum's barely sold off. Yes, let's go. New lows, BMNR. Punch into the downside. $60 puts are coming in the money here. Boom, boom. Look at these small caps just squeezing. Alright guys, so we are still seeing an absolutely epic squeeze in small cap land. This might be a new record of hourly green candles in a row. QQQ still just floundering sideways, but recovering nicely after that dip. Bouncing back to the high side. BMNR has gone from red to green. Microsoft heavy down 1.25. Citigroup's negative. UNH still squeezing above 271. That's a shaker and a mover. Look at that Russell go, guys. My oh my. It's pretty much run everyone over. Remarkable. Wow, BSLK still up 500%. That is filthy. Look at that move. That's crazy. BBAI still under pressure. HIMS bouncing. Oscar's taking a bit of a breather. Intel still continuing to do well. MNTS, I don't know what that ticker is. Alright, should I do $1,000 put here on IWM 230 zeros? Should I chase this loss? Try to make it back? Or should I walk away? Rigetti still up a couple percent. Ford doing well. Apple still up 1.5 there. Qs are just chopping around this zone. Alright, 230 zero DTEs right now are priced at 13 cents for the IWM. 13 cents, eh? Should I do it? Should I do it? Should I try shorting the Russell again? Qs are trying to break out here. Bless me. Whoa. Excuse me, guys. IWM 0 DTE 230 put. Trying to do it. Pray for me. Gosh, yeah, I know. I was just throwing. Maybe I'm throwing, you know, good money after bad here. Probably. Gotta give up a little bit. It's gotta give up a little bit. Oh, new squeezing. Don't do that to me, Russell. Jeez. They're still trying to squeeze it. Yep. Godspeed is right. Something. Give me something, Russell. Ay, 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 ay. This is insanity on this IWM. Views are coming in. Maybe that's where it wants to go. Wow. Trying to squeeze it. Seeing a little bit of selling. Biotech still holding at the highs. Retail still trying to push for the highs. S&P 500 still just floundering. QQQ sitting right on that POC. IWM still grinding, another high of day. Candle after candle. It is an absolute monster. Wow. They are squeezing it. Look at the volume trends today. That's why it's pretty light volume trends today. Qs are trying to go back to the positive side. S&P still up 0.2, Russell up 1.63. Cap squeezing. IWM still trying to press for new highs as the Qs are curling down. Oh, our catch-up KHC's almost $28 calls are almost in the money. It's good to see. KHC is starting to squeeze up again. We closed our Pepsi calls today, guys. 150 calls, 190%. Good job if you caught that trade with us. Goodness, IWM is ridiculous. Frustration. Qs are still sitting right on that point of control. Underneath its prior day. SPY curling down slightly. Nvidia is still holding steady. Really injecting into this small cap market. Steroids. Wow. IWM's taking more of my money right now. Wow. Come on, is there no mean reversion at all? That is a filthy move. Coming into this double top here on IWM. But nothing seems to want to stop this indice. Nothing at all. Retail still trying to push. Regional banks curling down slightly. Biotech's holding up. IWM still trying to go for 231 here. Oh my goodness, ripping to the upside. It's a squeeze of epic proportion. Ethereum still holding. They are squeezing. Just ran me over. Red candle on SPY. Minor. A little bit of a 1 minute rejection there. There it is. Look at the Russell go. My oh my. Squeezing to 231. That is ridiculous. Busted me up again. Markets are still squeezing. Oh, that big down move where Google and Apple had news there? Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Look at these IWMs. Just absolutely monstrous squeeze. What an insane move to the upside, guys. That is crazy. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 consecutive hourly green candles. And we're still pushing. Oh, shit. IWM. Monster. SPY, what do I think SPY's gonna reach? Well, SPY's holding up better than the Qs right now. We do have some data tomorrow, some economic data. Got your crude oil inventories. You got Trump speaking again at 11:15. Sorry, that's today. Sorry, tomorrow. No crude inventories. I was looking at the wrong day. Tomorrow you got 8:30 continuous jobless claims, PPI, initial jobless claims. So PPI and your initial jobless claims are definitely market moving, influential for interest rates and yields. Nat gas storage, 8-week, 4-week bill auction, Fed balance sheet after hours. So we'll see what it wants to do, but wow, they just squeezed that Russell, obliterating any short interest into the close. My oh my. What a filthy move. I mean, to think the Russell is only about 2% away from its completing its whole entire upside target. That's crazy. The M&R guys still just chopping around in negative price action. At least that's a nice short that we have till the end of the week that can still print for us. But that's a nice little trade. Ethereum hasn't even sold off here. It's still pressing with the IWM. Can clearly see that. SPY right now trending back to its opening range low. QQQ trying to push back above its prior day high. IWM is about to hit 231. That is a filthy move. Yeah, I do think puts on SPY 30 days out will print, but we'll see. Maybe they want to gap us up again tomorrow. Excuse me. Come on, BMNR, get $60 puts in the money. QQQ still holding steady. Here we have the Qs trying to break out. Potential little 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. Recapturing prior day high. QQQ looks like it's trying to set up a bit of a squeeze here into the close. Certainly looks that way. Dixie curling down. Oil's tried to firm up off the lows. Bitcoin back above 122,000, guys. So now you have some Bitcoin participation. Breaking out to the high side, guys. So just a heads up, I did take a break-even stop loss on BITI, guys. BITI hit my break-even stop loss, so we pulled some profits. The rest of the trade went break-even. That's the swing trade for members. But they are just pumping this market full of something. VIX is still getting sold into. Let's see that UVXY. Right back down to the lows, eh? Surfer saying Rigetti breakout, RGTI. Let's take a peek. Yeah, Rigetti breaking out here. Definitely. Within the last few minutes here, squeezing with the IWM. That's a solid breakout for Rigetti. Very solid. Near-term resistance is going to be move above 1840, but probably squeezes to try to take out this high. So if you're wanting to try to trade Rigetti, calls, $20 calls are high risk, but certainly high reward. Give yourself probably a month, but this name should likely hit that before. Yeah, that's a big squeeze there on Rigetti. Squeezing with small caps there for sure. EBTS moving in sympathy to Rigetti. Also trying to break out here into the close. Here's Nvidia breaking down into the close. See these health stock, UNH still holding steady. Eli Lilly still holding steady. Merck still holding steady. Snapchat trying to make a little bit of a move here. Marvell. It's okay. That is filthy on the IWM. Wow. Yeah, everything is squeezing. I know. Rigetti double miss and up 9%. It's just because small caps are doing well, right? That's a small cap stock, so you have all of your spec money coming in. And you look how much money is flowing out of some of the high flyers. Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Netflix, JP Morgan. Those have been some really strong stocks over the last 6 months. They're seeing a bit of decline, so that capital's chasing high beta names. I don't like this high beta pump. It's gone way too quickly in my opinion. Obviously, I've been wrong now on the short of IWM yesterday and today. I've gotten my ass handed to me. But I don't like when this happens so friggin' ferociously. It's not sustainable. They're pumping liquidity into this market for some reason. It's almost reminiscent of like a Bear Stearns moment. I don't know. I don't like being a bear, but I know we have bullish targets, upside targets, but bonds right now are being accumulated in full force. I just don't think the stock market is getting the memo yet. But the bond market and stocks are trading in two different places right now. This Russell chart. Just shows you. That's crazy. American Eagle trying to get a daily close above the 200 moving average. Looking pretty strong on AEO. KSS squeezing today. DNAT probably wanting to make a move. IONQ. IONQ's just been chopping in this range, no movement yet. Nvidia and Qs are coming in here into the close. Qs are back to the negative side. What else are high flyers? I'm just thinking. Let's see my high short interest name. Rumble. How's Rumble doing? AI up 10. Lemonade up 10. Wow. Laser down 15. Wow. Bargain hunting? Off of its earnings, eh? Siri. What a crap stock series. KSS ripping. Max and Solar. Children's Place. Chewy today ripping. Wow. Look at Chewy. How's GME? GameStop? Fairly muted here considering retail's doing so well. GameStop's. So maybe they do want to give us another pump on the IWM. If they really start to move GameStop here, that should help in theory XRT push even higher. But look at that move on XRT. PLCE, I think that has earnings after the bell. Yeah, you're getting some massive high short interest names. AI, big bounce back on AI, wow. LMND, monster. Alright, so a little bit of a sell-off on the Qs. Still nothing on the IWM. Whoops. ONDS got clobbered today. That's down sharply. This BSLK just is holding steady. New highs on the Russell. They are just absolutely milking this thing higher. Holy. You're trying to hit a 3 standard deviation. Whoa, that is filthy. Adobe seeing some strength off of the lows, catching a nice double bottom oversold bid on ADBE. That's really good and strong. How's Datadog doing? Datadog is into your daily 200 and EMA 113. This stock could catch a bounce. I would look for this one as a day trade long tomorrow. It's into a bit of an area. How's Cadence CDNS? This is another one I'm watching closely, guys. We traded this one successfully with the earnings gap up. Took profits on our 360 calls. I'm looking at getting into CDNS again. Probably take the 360s again, but maybe for a little bit more time. Alright, what else is shaking moving? ACN seeing a really big bounce off of the lows. So a lot of stocks are catching those dead cat bounces. How's Nike doing? Nike strong day. Home Depot very strong day. Hershey seeing a nice bid. Micron's getting clobbered today. MU. That's down. Does anybody have any positions in Lyft? A white FT? I've been watching this one. I've been thinking about it. I want that gap to fill though. But I've been thinking about going long Lyft. Good God. JP Morgan, that's hitting hard. Let's look at Netflix real quick. Netflix showing a nasty little bearish engulfing candle today. That's pretty nasty. Apple still remarkably strong at the highs. Good stuff, Apple. JP Morgan looking a little bit distributive. Surprised Caterpillar's not performing with the home builders today. VRTX. That name's doing pretty good off of the lows. 3-bar surge to the high side. Let's look at Boeing. Nothing to do there. ASML. Bouncing. TXN. Bouncing firmly. TSM. It's coming in a little bit. Peloton doing well. That's trying to stage a bit of a breakout. Let's look at Snowflake. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. All right. Just a quick phone call done there. It's always a good phone call. I get lower insurance rate than I was expecting. It was just my insurance broker calling me. All right, Qs are looking bearish. IWM, exactly opposite. Is that a new record? I don't know. Must be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 hourly green candles. 15. Is this market insane or is it insane? It's insane. Look at the divergence. When have we had this large of a divergence in the market between Qs and IWM? A whole 2% divergence today. That is crazy. I don't know when last we saw that. That is insane. Again, I don't know what they're pumping into the small caps, but 230. Are they going to squeeze it to 232 here into the close? This is crazy. Alright, so I got run over again on my puts today, guys. Tomorrow, at least BM&R is insulating me. That was more of my A plus setup. That one we still have time on the clock and we're pushing about 150%. So I still think BM&R's got quite a bit of downside, especially since it's falling as ETH is staying firm. This is maybe telling me that ETH has to be close to getting to at least a pullback. It's kind of trading with the Russell here, just moving up hour after hour, day after day, but very extended here. Very extended. I mean, it's close to sweeping that previous all-time high, so maybe they're going to do it. Maybe. Yeah, it's just a nice little short covering squeeze here into the close on the Russell. SPY pushing up here and a big gap up there on SPY. QQQ trying to catch some of that liquidity as well. Markets are still in full-fledged rally mode. Zoom up a few percent today. Fubo doing well. Visa's up 1.85. VFC, that's up 7. BZH, another home builder play, that's up 6.6. Hood getting clobbered down 5. Meta down 1.27. Square, that's up 3. Pins is up 2, over 2. Nike up 3.46. WBD, Warner Bros, that's up another little bit here as well. WBD up 7.3%. Big candle to the upside. Plug Power seeing some strength today. UPST, that's up 5%. OKTA. OKTA is one, guys, that's getting very close to a swing trade. Needs to go a little bit lower. But OKTA is getting close for a swing trade long. Wow. Look at KHC, guys. Our KHC $8 calls are almost in the money. They did briefly tap it there. I'm actually considering selling them or trimming. Such a wide spread. We'll hold on to these. If we get a gap up tomorrow on KHC, we'll look to trim those calls. That was a nice clean back test that we bought. They are in the money, but the spread right now on KHC, $28 calls for September 12th are 20 cents on a 60 and 80 cent spread. That's big. That is a big spread. Almost up 100% on the catch-up calls. How's Joby doing? Joby back into the 17 handle here. Interesting. Wow. Look at Hog today, HOG. Flying. Harley Davidson. How's Ferrari? Ticker Race. Yeah, Race is trying to firm up as well. Come on, BMNR, break this bear flag. Take us lower. So a pretty nasty day. This is a failed breakout on BMNR's chart, guys. Since Ethereum's so extended, I think the chances are that we get any sort of weakness in Ethereum overnight, BMNR should drop like a rock. Still eyeing up that debt offering where it had a big dip in the after hours trading market. But we'll see where that one wants to open up tomorrow. Again, Ethereum is still holding the majority of its gains at this 4,700 level. Just will not quit at all. Impressive. Qs are seeing a little bit of a bounce here, back to positive price on the Qs. So despite the down day in some of your mega caps, Nvidia, Microsoft's, Qs are shrugging it off and trying to hold positive price. Wow, MJ. Let's look at that name. New highs for MJ. How's MSOS doing? Wow. That's tempting to short as well. MSOS. Tempting to short. guys, I'm going to take some MSOS put options. I did take some MSOS put options for September 5th. Alright guys, thank you for tuning in again. IWM is just absolutely ridiculous here. If we get a gap, I'm hoping now for a gap up tomorrow because then I'm going to go in real heavy, guys. You know, I've lost about $800 in IWM puts over the last 2 days. So I don't like that. I do not like that. I'm certainly in a revenge trading mode to try to kick its ass. So now I'm really hoping for an extension gap up tomorrow into this 233 because I'd probably buy about $10,000 worth of 0DT puts. Again, I'm not saying you should do that, but I would put some serious size behind it. I'd probably put about, I don't know, 5 to 10% of my day trading port behind a 0DT play. But nevertheless, huge move in IWM, still holding those BMNR puts and swinging some QQQ puts overnight. We'll see what happens here in the after hours. We do have a whole host of data tomorrow. Whether or not the employment data comes in hot, it could spike interest rates, it could drop interest rates 2 more. We're in the scenario where small caps are certainly getting all the liquidity because employment market's staying firm, bond market's starting to price in a little bit of an economic slowdown as we progress through the cutting cycle. Still seeing that divergence between the 10 and the 2s. But we'll see what we can get tomorrow on the trading front. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Have a good night.